You said, baby, I'm not feeling it lately, but I hope we can be friends, don't you? You said maybe if things weren't so crazy, I could love you like I used to do. Then you kissed me goodbye and wished me the best in life. Said you needed some time to figure yourself out, but I knew right there you would come back here any day, just to tell me you regret everything you said on the day. 'Cause I know that you came. You say you do so well without me. You say you feel so good without me. Then why you at this bar alone, drinking on your own? Lover, lover, take some time to recover. Don't go chase another high too soon. Honey, honey, I know breakups ain't funny, still you're smiling at me like a fool. Then you kiss me goodnight and say it's the last time, but I knew right there you would come back here any day, just to tell me you regret everything you said on the day. 'Cause I know that you came. You say you do so well without me. You say you feel so good without me. Then why you at this bar alone, drinking on your own? You say you couldn't care less about me. Say you don't mind the arms around me. Then why you at this club alone, drinking on your own? Cause I know that you came. You say you do so well without me. You say you feel so good without me. Then why you at this bar alone, drinking on your own? You say you couldn't care less about me. Say you don't mind the arms around me. Then why you at this club alone, drinking on your own?
Oh, it's the Rotax Festival, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rotax Festival. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? Welcome to round number 6 in the Rotax Festival 2024. I'm listening to myself on the phone to make sure the audio levels are okay. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the live stream. Once again, we're back another month, another round, and a teeny tiny festival, if we're being honest. So, as we all know, my name is Alex. I'll be your commentator throughout today's racing. We've got quite a few hours of racing to go through today. And the weather is rather nice out there today. 19 degrees. It's a bit on the cool side, which is nice. A little bit of a cool wind, which is what we love. See, the clock is ticking down. But let's go for the program of events today, which that hasn't updated. Yeah, that's not updated. We'll get rid of that and we'll redo that bit. For some reason, that didn't update. So please don't say I forgot to carry it over. That would have been a rookie mistake, wouldn't it? Oh dear. That bit didn't copy over. Why? Oh no. Well, that's a disaster for this stream to begin with already. Oh. Rather sad about that one. And I can't even find it in my list of stuff. Oh, Nelly. Well, that's a good start. Thought I had everything there today. Well. Never mind. We'll have the running order as we go along through today. Everything else is in here, which is annoying. I guess that one didn't copy over from my other computer. Disaster. But the running order, if I remember off of great memory of mine, is all the cadets together, followed by the Senior Blues and Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax, and then 177 and the 177 Masters. That is correct, because I actually remembered. Looks like the clock's still ticking down, but nobody's on track. So yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the festival. A lot smaller this year, not too many entries, which is a shame. It's a month earlier as well, as a bit of a change to other things. It was going to clash with the British Kart Championships, I believe it was going to clash with, which is annoying. But I brought it a month early. Not too many people here today. We've got about 70 odd entries. So it's round 6 featuring the Rotax Festival. More than the festival featuring round 6. But some great prizes up for grabs, which is brilliant. Not as many as last year, but we still have a good amount of prizes donated to us for the classes. So as we adventure through the rest of today, let's get to the grid for our first heat today, which is the Rotax Cadets and the Honda Cadets put together. So the Rotax Cadets, I believe, are the yellow and blacks. So yellow background, black text. So Dewey Hockridge and Oakley Riggs will be on the front row for their race. And then for the Honda Cadets, we have Oliver Ratton and Nikita Roberts in front for their side of it. I believe it is 4 Honda Cadets to 8 Rotax Cadets. Let's have a look at the entry list for you. Go to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website, which you can also find the YouTube live stream over there as well. So let's see. So it was, yes, indeed, 4 Honda Cadets to 8 Rotax Cadets combined this time round. Plenty of action to be had today from all of our grids. Got the 177s back again. Only 4 of them this time round, but we got 2 177 and then 2 177 Masters. So let's go to the track view here and get ready for today's racing. If you are supporting anybody throughout today's racing, please let us know by commenting down below. The camera angles today, I used the zoomy in one a little bit further to a different angle. We're covering the top of the circuit this weekend, so we got the exit of the hairpin, horseshoe. I'm not even started commentating yet, we're already getting the names wrong. We've got the horseshoe right hander and then top bend and the exit of the pit lane to add for some unique camera angles for the racing. We've got this one as well. I was going to use one of the cameras out on the gantry, but unfortunately a little birdie decided to have a ploppy of decided to have a poo. It's lovely, isn't it? So we go for the formation lap then. Looks like we're doing split for these, as very momentarily you could see Joo having a quick run from there. So it looks like we've got 2 formation laps for this weekend. So split grids for the Rotax Cadets and Honda Cadets, so that's going to make it a lot easier for us to see roughly where the racing is going. Definitely wasn't adjusting anything there at all. The camera is deciding to move itself. It's ruined my top bend camera. God, it's fully moved around. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart off the Rotax Festival and round number 6 as we are race starting for this one for the Rotax Cadets. And then for the Honda Cadets right here. And we are underway. Leading the way for the Rotax Cadets is the WC plate of Oakley Riggs. And then leading the way for the Honda Cadets at the start of this one, which is where you need multicam, is number 22 for Oliver Ratton. So it's Oakley Riggs, Dewey Hockridge, Oscar Church, it's Ethan Coupland, the numbers 17, 19, 23 and 16. And then for the Hondas is Oliver Ratton, Charlie White, Nikita Roberts. So a couple of changes for the front. Oakley Riggs down to 3rd position here. So we just quickly do some amends to the camera. So a big lead here for the 78. And my laptop's going crazy. So Dewey Hockridge is leading the way so far, as they all come flying down into Billy's side by side for 2 of these. As we go around Billy's through towards the S's and then go down the back straight. No zooming in cam for this one. Best lap time so far is a 40.10. For the Rotax Cadet drivers here. Oliver Ratton fastest for the Hondas. As we zoom in back to our Honda Cadet race, where at the front here they're starting to catch up to the Rotaxes. But through comes the 22 with Nikita Roberts right on the rear of the 22 as well. So if you want to know the race lengths today, is 8 minutes plus a lap for all of the heats, and for the finals to this race meeting, it's 14 minutes plus a lap. Yep, you heard correctly, 14 minutes. As we still charge on the way, the gap so far for Dewey Hockridge is rather large at the moment. 2.7 seconds is what we have here on the clock. So a rather big gap there for the drivers. No changes on the grid from the previous lap time. There goes our leader. Look at the gap that we have so far here. Early challenges so far. The 43 catching to the 18. So Ethan Koopman catching up to Oakley Riggs. Oakley Riggs last time out, remembering correctly, a very strong contender at the front, providing us with some very competitive and very dominant racing as we had for round 5, and round 4 even more dominant because he was the one who claimed the Wessex champion for 2024. Once again, always the Wessex Challenge being a brilliant one for all of the drivers here. So we'll focus on the Honda Cadets here, because Nikita Roberts, going into Billy's, is starting to close that gap towards the Honda Cadet leader, Oliver Ratton. Overall 9th position in the race, but that doesn't matter, as their race is separate to the Rotax Cadets. It's going into the hairpin as we catch up to Max Tomsit, the Rotax Cadet driver, currently sitting 8th position out of 8 for the Rotax Cadets here. But let's see how this challenge goes along as we come down the main straight for our front runners for the Honda Cadets. Very quick from these two. 41.05, 41.05, 41.03 is the time I just updated there on my laptop screen. And we have reaching 2 minutes now left on the clock. 3.7 second lead for our race leader, Dewey Hockridge. 4.1 now as he's going through into the S's and down towards the hairpin. This is a strong start here from Hockridge. Riggs in open air as well in second position with a three-driver challenge going down for that P3 at the moment for the first heat of today. As we go up towards the hairpin for these three, as you can see here, coming round the top bend, you can see them using all the track minus that runoff area. So into Billy's they go, and the one in the middle of that pack trying for the going ahead, the 43, Coupland. So around the hairpin we go, 50 seconds left on the clock as Roach gets ahead of Charlie White for the Honda Cadets. So up towards the right-hander, towards the top bend we go. Camera's a little bit ahead of the battle here. And with 30 seconds to go, 4.9, nearly 5-second gap for our leader here, Dewey Hawkridge. 20 seconds to go. Let's check on the Honda Cadets once again. So Ratton now ahead of one of the Rotax cadet drivers. Nikita Roberts behind that driver. So at the moment, an advantage there for Ratton because it is all one race. We go for it, but the last lap board is now out for Dewey Hawkridge as we go for the last lap of this race. 5.6 seconds is the gap, 39.84 for the fastest, and this is a top performance here from the 78 driver. Early doors for this race meeting here. As we go around the horseshoe and towards the top bend we shall go, because that is where our race leader is. As we zoom on into the top bend, come down the main straight, and ladies and gentlemen, to take the checkered flag goes Dewey Hawkridge. As we try and find our Honda Cadets here. So there goes Louis Lovell to take 6th position here, and then for the Honda Cadets, who is going to be the winner of this one, and it will be going to Oliver Ratton, who wins for the Honda Cadets. So there is the results there, and some extra bits of info for all of you to see at home, as Charlie White beaten at the line there at the end by Alex Roach, one of the novices here today for the Honda Cadets. So there we go, that is the first race all completed as we fly on through to our next race here. It's the Senior Blues for their race, as they are once again a guest appearance for 2024. And going for this one, we get rid of that. Anthony Cleal is on the front row with Steve Groves. And you can scan the QR code on the right-hand side of your screens now to see all the results that come out throughout today. You can see all the extra information as well. And to find out way before I do. So let's have a look at the YouTube chat. Currently empty at the moment. That's depressing. So don't forget, if you are here watching the YouTube live stream, supporting anybody today, then make sure to send your support on over. Scan that QR code. And scan that QR code if you want to find out all the results too. But yeah, please do have a chat in the comments. I'd love to see who you are supporting. So out comes the Senior Blues for their formation lap here. Once again, 2 formation laps for these drivers. We have a total of 8 this weekend. Joining us for the festival. Been a while since we had the digiboard on this left-hand side of the screen as well. We don't usually have that one. Trying to mix up the camera angles each year. just to change it up a little bit for all of you. So as we go back round for the next one, we have a couple of contenders here that usually take a strong race around here. Anthony Cleal being one of them. David Watts occasionally as well. So we'll see what the next 8 minutes comes with these drivers. So head on up towards the top bend. We skip them twice for the camera angles. Right then, let's get ready to kickstart off for the Senior Blues here. So let's come down the main straight, get ourselves ready to kickstart for this one. So down the main straight, using the acceleration line perfectly there. Great example of that one as we head into Billy's and get ourselves ready to witness the first race of the Senior Blues for heat number 1. And a strong start here for, I think that was the number 1. So we shall keep an eye on him as we come on through. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. As we go then towards the top bend of the circuit and get ready to complete the first lap. Running order on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream as per usual. So it's Anthony Cleal, Steve Groves, David Watts, Mike Bell, Callum Jobson, Paul Alexander, Max Gunter, then David Goody, as we already have some changes in the midfield of the grid. There are your changes early doors here. As we go around the hairpin, it looks like a rather reasonable big gap here to begin with for the number 1. And like I said, David Watts being a strong contender on the occasion here. He is currently sitting and getting closer to Cleal, being in second position so far. Less than a second the gap. So like I said, some good performance here from the number 11 already. The number 7 is Steve Groves, chilling in third position at the moment, 3/10 behind our second position driver. But as you will be able to see here, that gap is closing between the 1 and the 11 as we head on up to the top bend here. The autofocus going wild as we race on through. As we try and do some tracking cameras. So around Billy's we go, and that gap is less than a tenth, only very just less than a tenth. As Watts now sets the fastest lap, goes down for the inside of Cleal, and a little bit of a skid side by side at the exit towards the horseshoe now, and that is where the 11 will now sit in front of Cleal. So it took a couple of corners, but we are now eventually there for a new race leader in this race. And no, I'm not like Formula 1. I don't have a graphic. 36.23 fastest lap here as Watts is in the lead. Any other changes on the grid? We shall have a look. No, that is the only change on the grid. We have lost one driver so far who headed into the pits after lap number 1. That was David Goody. So it is a challenge for the rest of the grid here. 7 still running, 5 minutes remaining as we head on back down the main straight once again for these two drivers. Watts now setting a bigger gap here and doing a roll reversal, now 6/10 ahead of Cleal. Groves 2.6 seconds behind our race runners at the front. And all of this before we get halfway through the race. Down the inside at the back of the field, Jobson trying to get ahead of Mike Bell. A 72 there, trying to get ahead of the two, and I think he has already done so as we lead towards the top end of the circuit. And come on down, you'll be able to see that change real shortly here. And indeed, Jobson goes ahead for 6th position that lap as well. We didn't witness this one. Alexander gets ahead of Groves. So the number 4 now taking 3rd position as our race leader, number 11, going into the right-hander towards the top end to get ready for another lap. So a lot of movements going on throughout the last couple of laps here as we race on down, missing the tracking completely for the number 11. 36.21 now is the fastest lap. Set that on lap 6, so a couple of laps ago. A lap ago, as we are on lap number 7 of something. It's never based on laps, this one, but we're 7 laps into this race. So down the main straight we come for 3 minutes left on the clock. So we continue this race on with 2 minutes 50 remaining. As my laptop has now just decided to do a update. Just what we like to see. Let's do an update middle of race day. I'll set it off. I've got the times up here on the YouTube screen. It looks like... Was Mike Bell having an issue there? Kept looking down for a couple of occasions there. So the camera might lag a little bit. I am creating some space here on the computer. For the next 10 minutes, apparently. That's fun. Oh, she's lagging big time. Yep. The camera's like, I don't know where I want to go. Speaking of where we're going to go is towards our leader here, David Watts, still leading the way at this current time here for the racing, and my whole entire thing is freezing up here. All I can do is change the camera angles at the moment to widen out. Come on, widen out. There we go. Hey, there we go. So we'll stick to these camera angles for the minute. It seems like the I am apparently taxing the computer that much so far. So we go for 15 seconds remaining here for this race, as I believe our race leader is now coming from the main straight here, and he is indeed, and it's not that close to enable for another for the last lap yet. So we're still gaining another lap here in this race as we go around the S's down the back straight now for the race leader. Let's see if I can get the gaps there for you. There we go. 5.4 seconds Watts is leading by. Very, very strong pace from the driver so far here. Graphics are going all crazy today. So, last lap then for Watts. Very dominant start here once again from Watts. I did tell you when looking at the numbers and the grid for this race that Watts is definitely one to look out for. I think if I remember rightly, I said on the occasion. I think on the occasion was a bit wrong to say, really, because it's pretty much every occasion for David Watts. You can find his performance in previous live streams here on the channel, but to take the checkered flag is going to be David Watts for the Senior Blues on the first heat of today. Anthony Cleal will take second, and then here come the rest of them. Paul Alexander takes third, Steve Groves fourth, Max Gunter fifth, Callum Jobson sixth, and then Mike Bell will take seventh position there. Not sure if he had issues throughout that race because he kept looking down a few times. David Goody was in the pits from lap 1. But there is your provisional race results. Don't forget you can find out the full results by scanning the QR code. That will be showing up on the screen shortly because we're going to the grid for the Junior Rotax next. Are we? Yes, we are. Loading. It's a Junior Rotax heat number 1 and it's Emily Cotty and Jamie Rowe on the front row. And we've got quite a few novices at the back here. A few to mention. Matthew Whitmarsh back out again. Kai Pepperell. Who else have we got? We've got Lucas Howell out there. We've not seen him for a while. So we've got some returning faces for the festival. Great to see them supporting the club once again and going out for the festival. We still got 15 minutes before my system stops lagging itself out. So let's see how the Junior Rotax go. We're always guaranteed a race and a half with these drivers. Junior's always eager for a great race, and we love it. We love it. Yes, we do. Hello to everybody who's watching at home as well. Hope you're enjoying yourselves in what is being a very cloudy but lovely day here, especially up here at Clay Pigeon. We're currently looking at some beautiful weather. 19 degrees it was last updated at. We are now updating for nothing. The overlay's on. This is what I mean by the system is taxing itself. It's a great system. There we go. 19 degrees still, which is quite good. I can't tell you what my weather app on my phone is saying, mind, because it's rather rude. It's saying it's going to be gorgeous all day. Right then, let's get ready for the formation laps for the Junior Rotax drivers here. We'll see if the overlay breaks itself like it does all the time with the Junior Rotaxes as I wait for my laptop to load back up again. Someone's already cross country here already? How? Luckily there's 2 formation laps, so you'll be able to get back to where he needs to go to. But let's see how our front runners will end up starting this race for us. Some great power throughout the grid here. Always going to be guaranteed a good race with these drivers once again. A couple of returning new faces. Some that have not been here all championships, so some of us taken for the festival. And 8 minutes shining on the clock. I see 58 there coming over the line. Can I lag my way into the horseshoe? Yep, we'll get there. we'll get there. Actually, we'll move over to the top bend for you. Oh, I can't even activate my other camera. Disaster! Right, here we go, up to the top bend, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see half the front row whizzing off down the main straight. Actually, if we activate it now, we'll get there. Right, let's get ready to kickstart off the Junior Rotax race here. As we almost slideshow to the full width. So coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, for the junior Rotax. We are underway first time. Love it. So 3 wide, 2 wide. 3 wide in the midfield. Jesus. Some people are ballsy this morning. Right then, so side by side in the midfield, but who is the one leading the way so far? My overlay's broken and I can't change the camera angle. Right, so leading the way then, it is going to be the 42. That is Emily Cotty, if I believe correctly. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. No. Yay, there we go. Right then, so running order, Emily Cottage, Joshua Withcomb, Jamie Rowe, Max Chown. Just to name a few. 7 minutes 15 on the clock, and we are close between Withcomb and Cotty. Camera angle's lagging behind like crazy. Lots of changes throughout the grid. To name a few, Will Swales going up 3 positions. Jaden Sherwood 4 up on the grid and in midfield. But here we go, change for the lead. Just as we go over the line, it's a quick cut for Withcomb to take the lead over Emily Cotty. As we go in through Billy's, through the S's, and towards the back straight now. Lagging again. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, as Cotty trying to stay within distance to Withcomb. So coming down the main straight once again, Withcomb is still leading this one, increasing the gap. So around Billy's we go. There is a very noticeable gap here for the 15 as Swales has just actually taken up into 3rd position here. So Emily Cotty, P2, Will Swales catching for P2, and our race leader, Withcomb, is the one leading the way so far. Fastest lap goes to Lucas Howell. Not anymore. Griffiths in the number 91, down in 16th position with a 34.79. So it's very competitive in that midfield pack here. Is there a few changes there? Yeah, Leo Bastfield ahead of Kian Downer. Daniel Clancy ahead of Kai Pepperell. Izzy Lawton down in 24th position. As we continue this race here for the Junior Rotax. I remember, I think it was last time when I was complaining that I've dropped frames for the YouTube live stream. Not today, 0. That's rare. Very rare for us here in the commentary. Right then, so still continuing on here. Withcomb leading the way still, but who is that catching? That's Emily Cotty catching by chance. 0.6 is a gap, but that looks smaller than that for the 38 in the lead. And is Will Swales going to be catching too? We shall find out. We'll keep an eye on these grid size, the gap sizes even, as we continue for more of this race day here. Nearing the halfway mark in this race as well. So there we are. Finley Richardson 5 laps down with a contact warning. So the gap is actually increasing, but visually it looks a lot smaller than that. So we'll keep an eye on Cotty as she settles into this race now. Swales is catching with Metas as well. Howell still sitting in 8th position, not seen him racing for a while. The 99 caught on the inside there, Basterfield. Top novice at the moment. As the 22 of Jaden Sherwood given a contact warning. As the screens update there, that is internet related, not me, for once. I'll be able to give you more camera angles shortly. 30 seconds before the system frees itself up again. Note to self, do it before you start live streaming. So, Withcombe, Cotty, side by side for Swales and Metters, as Swales is defending the inside there. It was a very different move there from Metters from the usual. Metters normally goes for the inside, looks like defending, and he just tried for the outside instead to try and get ahead. So at the moment he's staying in 4th position behind Swales. As the system has freed itself up, ladies and gentlemen, so we've got some more camera angles to give you, and we can close into this track battle between 3rd and 4th position of Swales and Metters. So down the main straight we come for the two of them. Down into Billy's we go. Down the inside goes Metters, slams the door shut, and Swales is knocked down to P4. A swift move there from Metters around the hairpin towards the horseshoe as he seals that one. Maxim Smith given a contact warning, as one of those being shown out there on the left hand side of your screens. We'll show all the warnings a little bit later on, but after a full lap of driving here, someone's got their bonnet open. You'll see it come up to the top end. The NASA panel is saluting. I let your minds wander for that one, for the reference. Right, let's keep going. Yellow flags down at the hairpin for one of our drivers here, as Griffiths is in the pits. There's a random transponder number out there as well. Here are the alpha warnings so far. There's been quite a few contact warnings given today so far in this race, as our leaders now going over the line towards Billy's. Leading the way still is the 38. Lucas Howe still holding the fastest lap out there today. 34.29, 49 seconds remaining. As we lead on through here towards the top end, we'll keep a camera angle on our leader for the moment as we fly on down the main straight here. Cotty now 1.4 seconds behind. So she is dropping back slightly to Withcombe. Same sort of lap times, roughly. Cotty about 10th slower. And I can see the reason for one of the retirements there. We have a wheel. That is someone's rear wheel. Just underneath the hut there. You can see it just below the tyre wall in the centre of your screens. Not a great start there. As we go for the last lap here for Withcombe and Emily Cotty. Will Metters be able to catch up with Cotty in these last closing corners and this closing lap here? See, contact warning apparently still showing up here. So towards the top bend we shall go. That there is a back marker. But coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, and to come and take the checker flag is that driver there. It goes to Joshua Withcombe, followed by Emily Cotty. And that was a crowd of drivers there. Where's Metters? Metters is retired. Metters... Oh, there's no movement for a second from Metters. Metters is at the hairpin. Head on the steering wheel. Has his kart let go? Let's go the results there for you all for the final ones there. As we have... Very confused there. What's gone on there for Metters? That means Swales actually gets third position. But at the end of this one, Joshua Withcombe, race leader, won that one, followed by Emily Cotty, then Will Swales, and Lucas Howe shot up to fourth position at the end there with the fastest lap of the 34.29. I think Messers there is just taking a moment whilst the recovery's going. Is he sad? He was comfortably in third position at the time of the race, but as we were focusing on our leader, just a moment of disappointment, I think. So in the end, he would finish in 22nd, a lap down. But it is only the start of the day. Plenty more racing to come. And that's where you can find out all the results by scanning the QR code there on the YouTube live stream. Let's check out the grid then for our next race for the senior Rotaxes whilst these recoveries come on through. And it is Cameron Crockett on the front row in P1. He was practicing here on Friday, with Matthew Lambert on the front row as well. Jasmine Kaplan in 8th position. She's finally off her novice place, but there's a name we have not seen all year. And we rarely see it up here, but back for the Rotax Festival, Oakley Pryor is here. And we also have Amelia Nelson back here as well. My brain has completely forgotten the last time she was up here. But she is back. And so is Pryor. Bertie Wellesley, 11th position. Good old Bertie. So there goes all in the recoveries that have happened for this race here. Guys behind me. Guys at Birrell, they got a screen on the outside of their awning to see all the live timings. So that was a cool setup, actually. It was a great idea, actually, doing that. So there you can see the live timings. Chilling outside, because it is nice. I did think, after like the last couple of days we've had up here at Clay, which has been the odd occasional rain and a bit of nice weather, I was thinking, please don't be a wet festival. But we have been pleasured with the beauty of clouds. Right then, so we'll get ready for the senior Rotaxes then. So here they come, flooding on out. So here we are then for this one. There are your drivers on the right-hand side of the screen momentarily, because I keep forgetting to turn that off. So 2 formation laps here for the 22 drivers to head out on track today for the seniors. As we now go on to the closing part of the formation lap now, as we get ready to kickstart off the senior Rotaxes for heat number 1. So let's be ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen. This one can get competitive, a bit like the juniors. As Crockett being rather slow here for the start. As sensible, and then there can be sometimes a bit too slow. So let's see how this one goes. This is personally, this is a bit too slow. Yeah, this is a bit slow indeed from the front row here. But they are saying it's fine. Right then, let's zoom on out ready to kick start this race. He's accelerated. And we're underway for the senior Rotaxes for heat number 1, and taking the lead straight away there. That looks like it is Matthew Lambert, the number 37. And it is indeed stormed into the lead early doors at the start of this one. So around the hairpin and towards the horseshoe. As we go towards and down the main straight, your running order will be on the left-hand side of the screen for you. So it's Lambert, Crockett, Rowledge, Burt, Maidment, Lomax, Martin, Bradfield, Edgecombe, Wellesley is your top 10 for this race so far. So down through the S's down the back straight as we watch the 77 there going on through. Starting in 12th, in 12th position at the moment, started 8th. Crockett has retaken the lead though as we were watching the other part of the circuit. As we come towards the top bend here. Down the main straight we come. So Crockett leads to Lambert to Burt. Lambert, Burt. That is your top 3. 51 there, right on the rear of the 37. 76 slightly separating the grids to the 2. As we come back up towards the main straight once again for our front runners. Lomax up into P5. Sneaking down the inside, not 1 but 2 drivers there on. As they come around, that is on the 34. It looks like the 22 and 66 have taken advantage of that one. As there's all the screens updating there for you on the live stream. 33.94 by Rowledge is what you got at the moment. That's that side by side by a lot of drivers there. So Amelia Nelson down in 13th position. Ben Page, our Wessex champion, actually starting quite lower down on the grid for this race so far. Heat 1, currently in 14th position. As we retain back to our leader, Crockett, leading by a healthy margin here. So from the top bend down the main straight he comes. So through down the inside, goes 4th on 3rd. Is that Rowledge on Burt? The 32 there ahead of the 12. So that is Rowledge. Where are we on this race? The screens keep updating really slowly for some reason for this one. 48 of Bertie Wellesley trying the outside, but it's being squeezed a little bit. But he's fortunately staying fine. There's your race leader as they fly on down the main straight. This is the cool view. So Lomax ahead of Rowledge, Maidment into 5th ahead of Lambert. Oakley Pryor up into the top 10 into 9th with Jacob Martin down to 10th. As we have one retiree here down at the right-hander. And by the looks of it, look like Dan Milner. Yeah, we haven't sent for a couple of laps. Yeah, that is Dan Milner, unfortunately, out of this race. As Jack Maben given a contact warning. So continuing on still, and it's a challenge for 2nd position here between the 32 and the 51. Ethan Lomax has taken 2nd, but is already being challenged once again by the driver who was in that position already. So there it is, changing onto your screens for you. But Lomax is keeping that 2nd position at the moment. They need to find 2 seconds to get towards Cameron Crockett with 3 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. Number 12 of Rowledge nearing their positions as well. Oh, sorry. As we come down the main straight, keeping an eye on this. So Lomax, Burt, Rowledge, Maben, Edgecombe, Lambert. Have we lost someone else? We have indeed. It's Ellis Warlock. He's retired at the entrance to the hairpin. So all the drivers going up a position here. Back down the main straight we come again. As I look like Lewis Halliday there. Thumbs up to his driver. I wonder if that driver is Oakley Pryor. Let's have a look. The number 36. It is indeed. Pryor running with TH course. But for DM Racing, Cameron Crockett is the one leading the way. As he goes through the S's there. The gap now is slowly decreasing. 2 seconds. Last time it was 2.1 last time we checked. But there is not a lot of time. Not a lot of time left for the race. 120 remaining. Some would say that's a lot of time, but I'm not sure. The 21 there, squeezing on the outside a little bit. That is Amelia Nelson there. So 1 minute remains. As we go down the hairpin, there we go. 50 seconds left on the clock. So Crockett followed by Lomax still, I believe. See, screens once again not updating for us. And it is indeed Crockett, Lomax, Jamie Burt as I look at my laptop there. Crockett with the fastest lap of 33.88. Nobody else has got close to that just yet. As we go from the top bend, down the main straight we come. And the clock is at 0, but the last lap board is out as we fade to darkness. So I believe we might be on the last lap then, not sure here. So from the top bend, down the main straight we come. And it is an early checkered flag here for the 88 of Cameron Crockett. Digiboard saying last lap without showing the checkered, but the checkered flag is out, and that is the race. So there we go. Here are the results for you all. So Crockett, followed by Lomax, followed by Burt, Rowledge, Edgecombe, Maben, Lambert, Oakley Pryor, Daniel Tribe, then Jacob Martin. So 4 177s, there's a little voice crack there. Patrick Williams, Rahag on the front row with Rob Simpson. Derek Hunt and Leon Thompson will be your 4. We did have 7 of these entered. I think it was like on Friday before I left work. Seems like we've lost a few since then. I think Dan Milner was going to go 177 but went seniors for more race. For more of a race, I believe. Oh, it was Paul Skip. Hello. Hello, mate. It's Josh Robinson. Strutting his stuff across the track there. One of the marshals for today. As what, quoting Lee Renison, in his specials, sunglasses. So 177's out next then, ladies and gentlemen. 4 drivers on the grid. And a small race at hand. 8 minutes is what we have. So we will guide you through the start of the race. And then proceed towards the end. It's coming home. So just waiting for that one recovery there, and then we shall proceed to the highlighted route. Right. So out come the 177s. So for the formation lap here then. As we round out the end of it. So everyone settles in position ready for the start. Rest of LPR racing there, watching Patrick there as he is controlling the starts of this race. So let's see how this turns out. So down the main straight we come. And we are underway for the 177s. With a strong start here from Patrick. So go down into the hairpin here. Towards the horseshoe. Bit of a gap to begin with. Towards the top bend and then down the main straight to finish off lap number 1 for these drivers. So the start is done. We have a spinner at the back. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back shortly with the ending of the 177's race. Right then, ladies and gents, let's go for the Honda Cadets and Rotax Cadets. Split grid. Right then, so as we come down the main straight, we are underway for the cadets, the Rotax cadets first. And slowly followed by the Hondas for their start in a few moments' time. Leading the way is the 70, was the 70 for the Rotax cadets. And there go the Honda cadets for their race start. It's coming home. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. There's your race order on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream as well. So it's Hockridge followed by Riggs. Then Kart 70 for third position for the Rotaxes as we go through the S's. Down the back straights. And leading the way for the Hondas is the 22, Oliver Ratton, shortly followed by Nikita Roberts. So 6 minutes 48. We'll find out who will be bringing this home shortly. So change for the lead. It's our Wessex champion Oakley Riggs, followed by Hockridge. Number 70 staying in third for the minute, but catching is Churches and Coupland. So we go down the back straight. Nikita Roberts taking the lead for the Hondas. So here are your gaps here. 0.25. So it's close between the leaders for our Rotax cadets at the moment. Was momentarily joined by Josh, it's coming home Robinson. So, focusing up on the race end, 4 minutes 42 remains, and it is Oakley Riggs that leads the way. I was just talking to him in here. If there's someone in this room, I get nervous commentating, but when there's nobody in the room, I'm fine. How does that work? Just like this is working. Hockridge is closing that gap massively to Riggs here. Got a spinner down at the hairpin. Billy's. So there is a change here for the lead. The 76, 8 now ahead. Hockridge ahead of Oakley Riggs. Oscar Church is in third with Ethan Coupland fourth. As the number 70 down into P5. Arthur Kaiser in 7th. Still no change at the front after the change around last lap round. The 43 leads the pack of 3 for third position for their battle. Right, let's focus up on the Honda Cadets because we've not checked on them for a little while. And leading that race there is Oliver Ratton again. Nikita Roberts was there momentarily for the lead. So let's see how that one changes out. It looks like they're blue flagging the back marker for the Rotax cadets to allow for the Hondas to go on through. Didn't do that last racing around, so it's a pretty good idea, that one. Just allows their race to continue on. But nevertheless, it's Oakley Riggs once again leading for the Rotax cadets as we were looking at the Hondas. And we shall see if that would change once again. We need to keep an eye on these two, because if this is the battle throughout today in this race, we could be seeing plenty more changes between these two. It's going to allow Coupland and Churches to close the gap to them two battling with 2 minutes 22 on the clock. Still loads of racing time and still plenty of time for battles as Hawkridge is once again challenging for that lead. So to the right hander they go and still staying behind one another for the moment. Louis Lovell has the fastest lap, by the way, 40.11. So Riggs leading the way still in this race, and leading the way for the Hondas is still Oliver Ratton. They are just going up towards the top bend next. So top end then, Riggs is still ahead as we come on down. Riggs followed by Hawkridge, Churches, then Coupland. It's going to change as we go into the S's. Down the inside goes Hawkridge on Oakley Riggs. So there's the other change that we were waiting for like the last minute or two, and now it is once again another battle to potentially go for another change for the lead. So changing all the wrong buttons today. So as we go towards the top bend for our leaders here, once again it's going to change again. Down the inside goes Oakley Riggs. Is it going to swap back around again? Let's go around Billy's. No, it's not just yet. Through the S's, down the back straight. And Riggs regains even the lead once again. So just coming down the main straight, you'll see him just at the bottom of your screens there. Goes Ratton and Nikita Roberts for their race. They have not been switching as much as our Rotax cadets have been switching. Ratton has been leading for quite some time. Right then, this is the last lap battle here, and this is the one we want to watch out for. Let's see what occurs between these two as Riggs still leads the way going into the last lap of this race. So, through Billy's, through the S's, and then back down the back straight we go. So, around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, it's still the same. Towards the right-hander we go. Are we going to see any changes between these two? It's going to be close. Top end. And it's a drag to the end. So down the main straights. It's close, but not close enough. Checker flag goes out, and Oakley Riggs will take the checker flag first for this race for the Rotax cadets. Now back towards the other race at hand here, ladies and gentlemen, because there is two. Towards the top bend we go towards for our Honda cadets next. As coming down the main straight for the Hondas, leading this one is going to be Oliver Ratton, who takes the win for the Honda cadets this time round. There are your race results, ladies and gentlemen. And also Louis Lovell is the one with the fastest lap and was the only one to get really down to the lower end of the 40s with a 40.11. Closely followed by Dewey Hawkridge. So there we go for that one. And we go to the next one, which is the Senior Blues. 8 drivers, Max Gunter and Callum Jobson on the front row. So out come then the Senior Formula Blues for their formation laps here. So 2 formation laps for these drivers here. Plenty of race time that we'll get between the two. And it's going to be keeping an eye on Cleel and definitely David Watts for this race. So, for the formation lap then, let's get rid of the names on. I keep forgetting to take that one off in between each race. But let's go then for the proper formation lap then, the actual one to kickstart the race off. So let's go up towards the top bend then, ladies and gentlemen, and get ready for the start of this race. 8 minutes. As we come down the main straight then. And we are underway for the Senior Blues for their second heat of the festival and also round number 6. I know you said 7 then. So down into the first couple of corners here. Leading the way so far in this one is the number 8, but he goes wide, allows the 4 to go through. Alexander up into that P1 slot, early doors. Running order on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream for you all as they come down the main straight. As Paul Alexander, Max Gunter, Anthony Cleel, Callum Jobson, Steve Groves, David Watts, don't know why I said it like that, Mike Bell, and then David Goody. So if he'll be able to finish this race for us this time round after a retirement on heat number 1 due to a mechanical issue. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And apologies for any graphical glitches that you do see at the top of this that camera angle there. That one has been submerged in water before. Look how tight it is at the front there. Paul Alexander is the one leading the pack at the moment, but he's gone wide again. I think that's the number 8 this time, actually. Is it gone again? No, it's number 4 he went wide this time. So Paul Alexander went wide. Allowed, I think it was the number 1 to go through. I believe so. Let's continue. Let's double check for you all. And it was indeed number 1. So Anthony Cleal shot from third up towards first position. So we'll get all these changes for you very shortly as well. So it even notifies me where they are actually on the track. And it's actually one to keep an eye out for, because the number 11 of David Watts has snuck up the running order, is now chilling in 4th position and looking for moves already. Through the S's, down the back straight, right on the rear of the number 8. As he's down the inside at the hairpin. Same move as he made last race. And once again, worked all in his favour once again. Is he going to try for another position this lap already? And yes, he does. As at the top bend, he shoots up into second. A snap of oversteer there from that driver there. I think it's number 8. He is struggling on his tyres today. So down towards the back straight we go once more, and it is staying the same for the race, but someone's trying to make a position up. It's nearly 3 wide at the exit of the hairpin. It's number 8 on the 4. Gunter trying for third. And I think he's done it. As we come down the main straight once again for our leaders, Cleal and Watts. It's deja vu for the battles. So Gunter is ahead of Alexander and is trying to push towards now our race leaders. Watts is already at the rear of our race leader Anthony Cleal in kart number 1 there. So towards and up towards the top end they go. And it's side by side for these two. Number 11 on the inside at Billy's. It's still side by side. One's going to have to give in, and it will be the number 1 that has to give in on the occasion for the S's. As they go down the back straight, Watts has been released and is pretty much going to walk away, question mark? We'll find out. Around the horseshoe we go. Number 8 of Max Gunter. So you're looking to close the gap towards Anthony Cleal. We'll find out. Down the main straight we go. And look at that. Watts is out of here. 0.3 is the gap. David Watts quite a quick driver around Clay Pigeon. Anthony Cleal is 2, to be fair. Lap times though, so different. David Watts a 36.85 and Anthony Cleal that lap time round 37.24. Looked away for a second, heard a scream. There's been a spin and some change-ups down at Billy's, and that looks like kart number 4. That looks like Paul Alexander, and it is indeed. Paul Alexander was sitting in 4th position. He's had Ed Cummings with the number 72, and that's changed that one up. So that's changed that one up. Paul Alexander not continuing. He has retired from this race. And upsetting for the number 4. As at the time, very strong start. Fortunately, with the system that the kart club use here, it is 3 random heats in a final, so it doesn't matter that he is retired from this one. He will still start in a reasonable place. It will be somewhere on the grid. He won't be at the back, which isn't too bad. So, for those about prizes for this this meeting, The positions where you finish today is how they are awarded. It's not based on points, unlike other years. Today's event is only 1 day, which is a real shame. Would have loved to have 2 days for the festival. Unfortunately, numbers are not there at this time. So that is why there's only 1 day for the festival. But still, some great prizes up for grabs for all of the classes that we have joining us for this one. Try to get a couple more classes to join us. Unfortunately, no interest, unfortunately, which is a real shame. I'd love to send the Cadet 200s down here, and especially as well bringing back Intermax again. Would love to have seen them for the festival. A couple of drivers interested in that one, unfortunately. Not enough interest for a full grid, but 33 seconds remain, and we continue for the Senior Blues for their second heat. So our top three are rather evenly spread out at the moment. 3 seconds to the lead, 1.5 to second. But it is safe to say no one is catching David Watts at the race that he has been going today. So far, only 2 heats in, and there's only one way and one word to say it: dominating both at the moment. As he's up towards the top bend already, 3.5 seconds behind, ahead of P2. So going towards the top bend and then coming down the main straight. There he is, everybody. Checker flag goes to David Watts to take the win for the Senior Blues for heat number 2. And your top 3 there confirmed. So it's David Watts, Anthony Cleal, Max Gunter, then Mike Bell. Steve Groves will take 5th, David Goody 6th, Callum Jobson 7th. Correction. Callum Jobson 6th, then David Goody 7th, and our one retiree to an incident out on circuit, Paul Alexander, will take 8th for that race after retiring on lap number 8. So then, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for that one. Let's go to the grid then for our biggest grid for the Rotax Festival and pretty much all the time this year. We go for the Junior Rotax this time around, as Alfred Matthews and Finley Richardson are on the front row with 29 drivers in total. Race results, you can find them by scanning the QR code on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream at any point when I show it. And once they are released for all of you at home, then you'll be able to check out the results there. So quick track repairs going on at the track as they quickly just sort out the barriers. Josh and Liam there, helping the best they can. Those barriers are heavy. Yeah, there's like, guessing Liam was on post 6. He's run all the way down. Good lad. Well done. Coming home. All sorted as the boys run back to their... Well, they're not running, they're walking. Back to their posts. Oh, Liam was on break. God, someone's got their chair out ready to watch this one. So just waiting for everything to be set in place, and then we'll be underway as there they come after the pit lane. Right, time to get off of my bottom and let's get ready for this one. Timer will be back a little bit later. So 8 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time for action here as we got a retiree before the race even begins here. See if he'll be able to get himself going. And he does indeed. So number 16 there. That was Lucas Reeves. So the rest of the field are going to start gridding up. Hopefully he'll be able to get into his grid position in time. Which I'm not sure if he will be able to. They are slowing up. There's possibility. There's possibility. So we swing the camera angle round to the full grid of 29, 28 drivers. There is no in between for this camera angle, by the way. Right then, let's get ready to kickstart off the junior Rotax for their second heat here today. Oh, what's this one going to develop? Is it going to develop a storm? As it is a false start. False start, ladies and gentlemen. So we try again. We try again. So towards the top again, top end we go again, because it's coming home. And let's get ready. Can't help it. The England game's on tonight, ladies and gents. 8 o'clock. Can't remember if it's on BBC or ITV. I'm not paid to say that. I'm watching it. I'm not even into football. Anyway. This time it is a go. As we storm all the way down into Billy's. There's a few spins at the back of the grid. Leading the way, though, is to 24, Finley Richardson. As we head down into the hairpin. All the way down to the horseshoe. And then we are around for the rest of the field. towards the top bend. Names are on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. Takes up the whole screen. I absolutely love it. So it's Richardson, Smith, Matthews, your top three. And in fourth position is Ethan Griffiths. We got Withcombe up there as well. And Matthew Turner for your top six. That is the six that we shall keep an eye on, because they are, well, top five are. The sixth is there, though. Down the inside there, trying to make a move. Look like the 22 of Jaden Sherwood. So a few changes here. Metz is up a couple of positions after retiring on the final lap of the race in heat number one. Back in full swing here. Leading the way, though, is Finley Richardson, and is got the 30 of Maxim Smith right on his rear. Matthews in third, Griffiths in fourth. Still no changes. Metters is already caught up with these drivers here. Look at your top six coming from the top bend. Matthews down two, Griffiths Withcombe up to one position each, as we are still flying through this race here. So let's see how this plays out at the front of the grid. Still real close between our top drivers. No splitting of them at the moment. So down the main straight we come. 0.1 is the gap. It's all changing as someone spun out there at the front. That looks like, I want to say, Maxim Smith. Heavily challenged for the lead. He's at the back of the grid now. I will double check for you. It's not Maxim Smith. It might have been Ethan Griffiths for correction, and it was. I apologise. It is Ethan Griffiths who is down the back of the field now, being caught up for the battle there. So he shoots down the order. And we're not even halfway yet. And he is continuing on. That's it, all updates for you all here. So there goes Griffiths down at the bottom there. We've lost Leo Basterfield, the number 99, who retired early on in the race. As two comes together, the number 13 in there and the 33 as well. There's collisions galore for this one. So down the back straight we go here. It is still contending at the front between Smith and Withcombe. These two similar karts, possibly running in the same awning. Sorry, finding the right camera angle at some point. So coming down the main straight then. So fast lap at the moment goes to Lucas Howell. 34.47 set on lap 6. The screens are frozen up again. So I cannot tell you the full order at the moment, but still we charge on through. Lucas Howell, yet still holding that same lap time. So flying on and around the right-hander here towards the top bend we go. And we continue once more. 3 minutes 18 on the clock. Down into Billy's. Is that a change for the lead that we just saw there? Through the S's, down the back straight. The 38 is in the lead this time, and around it is indeed. It's a swap for the lead as Withcombe now goes ahead. As someone's front bumper scraping along the floor. 27 looking for a different move there. The camera's not focused. Oh dear, there we go. The autofocus there, not doing a good job. So there's your change. Whitcomb up in there, just looking as well. Metters is now up into P3 with Lucas Howell on the charge behind. So lots of changes going on out here on the grid with 2 minutes 22 remaining. Howell looking for the inside. It wasn't available just yet. As we continue on towards the top bend, Lucas Howell trying to go for third position. Jaden Sherwood catching two. Loads of time still on the clock here. We're going through the S's down the back straight. Some great challenges here for the drivers as our front split away for a moment. Metta's now catching on to P2 now, as he continues on his charge towards the front as Finley Richardson goes MIA. So he flies down the order there. So back round we go again. Metta's still in third position. And that gap is closing towards Smith here. Just a tenth between them. Howell on the lookout as well to possibly take advantage of any movements happening in front of him. And I've just been informed, 24, it's a transponder related thing. So he is still out there. And indeed he is behind the 22. Timekeeper today, and as always, Simon Whitty, just let me know about that transponder issue there. So don't fear, he is out there, he is not 3 laps down. Right then, let's go for the final lap then of this race, and it's Whitcomb still leading the way 8 tenths up the road. The voice was going, so might as well force the voice crack. So are we going to see any final lap changes here in this race? Because at the moment, we could be looking at maybe 1, possibly 2. Lucas Howell might be one of those as we go towards the top bend. This is where it's all going to happen. It's down the main straight as we come down for the checkered flag. No changes from our top 4, so it's a Whitcomb that wins, followed by Maxim Smith. And then it will be Jarek Metters, followed by Lucas Howell, Jaden Sherwood. Emily Cotty takes P6. Will Swale 7th, Alfred Matthews 8th, Max Chow 9th, and then Aidan Clark rounds out your top 10. But these are provisional results until they are fully released later on. We'll have a QR code on the screen shortly. Fast lap goes to Lucas Howell with a 34.47. Top novice, Matthew Whitmarsh. Good race there from the driver of the 23. So we go to the grid for the senior Rotaxes this time round, and it's Ben Page and Jensen Watts on the front row. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for the formation lap for the senior Rotax now. 22 driver strong grid. Oakley Pryor starting quite close to the top end of the grid. And like I said, Ben Page is the one controlling this race start. Julian giving a T-run there. For good old Joe Walmsley. Oh, matey boy dropped his phone. He was shocked because he saw that it might be coming home. Alright then, let's get ready then for the senior Rotaxes. So fly on round. Post 5 now shows a slow down board to slow the grid for us. Are you ready? Let's get ready to kickstart off this race. Is it going to be first time around? As we come down the main straight, and we are underway for the senior Rotax for their second heat here today. It's side by side, a lot of side by sides at the front of the grid. A few having to slightly back out, but everyone's on the road and charging on down. Who is the one leading this race though to begin with? And that is going to be the 93. Jensen Watts is the one that's leading the way at the moment. So it's Jensen Watts, Ben Page, Ollie Hughes, and we'll mention Dan Milner as well because they are our top 4 and the ones looking for contention at the moment. Hughes going defensive into the hairpin then. As we come up towards the top end, down the main straight. And Hughes feels threatened by the presence of Dan Milner behind. Taking some defensive lines into a couple of places, but through the S's, down the back straight we go. Behind those two is the 22 and 76, Billy Edgecombe and Ellis Warlock. As they come towards the horseshoe now. And the number 12, Zach Rowledge, right behind these two as well. As our front 4 evenly spread, we'll come back to them very shortly, but we'll keep an eye on these drivers here. So very close there's the 12. Behind the number 12 is the 36 of Oakley Pryor. As we come around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. But still leading the way is Jensen Watts. The gap so far is 6/10. And up to 7/10 as Ollie Hughes goes to 2/10 behind Ben Page, our Wessex champion. Usually speedy, but the grid is rather even today. And it is shown, especially at these front drivers here, as more of the grid comes on around. So down the main straight we come then. The roar of all the drivers there. Matthew Lambert leads us 2 positions that lap. But yeah, still at the front is Jensen Watts. Ben Page at threat to Ollie Hughes, who really closes the gap down at the hairpin there. And once again, down at the horseshoe as well. He is catching and closing that gap. So we're keeping an eye on this one. Dan Milner's backed a little bit away from these front runners as they are speeding along. All in the 33.91 set by Watts. Still nothing from the front here. Looking at some defensive lines going into the hairpin here. A little bit further back behind the grid. This is where we have the 88 and 48. Cameron Crockett and Bertie Wellesley. They are the two currently battling between one another for 13th position. So coming down the back straight here. Got lost with the camera angle there, but look at that. From Oakley Pryor backwards, it is very strong here. And that gives me the impression that Oakley Pryor has not got a lot of pace compared to the rest of the grid at the moment. Because they are all right on the rear end of that car. It's just a train behind him. Two drivers trying to get ahead of him, and Pryor knows that he does not have the pace at the moment. He is very defensive going into Billy's, but at the S, it opens the doors for the 32. The 14 of Arthur Thacker trying to get there as well. He's so defensive out there, Oakley Pryor. He does not have the pace. The rest of the grid trying for it as the 37 there was hop, skipping and jumping along to try and stay on course, but you can already tell Ethan Lomax, the 32, as soon as he's past Oakley Pryor, is seconds up the road. And around the outside goes a 14. Arthur Thacker with a brave move there on Oakley Pryor. And Thacker speeds off ahead. Interesting developments here for this race, as each driver picks off at Pryor. Next up, Cameron Crockett. A development on and a half. And already just at the top end there, Crockett is ahead of Pryor. 37 trying to come on through as well. And unfortunately, Oakley Pryor has just been swallowed up by all the drivers in this race. 2 minutes to go. Pryor's dropping. Once again, what a move from the 14 of Arthur Thacker. He's brought some really great chances and overtakes throughout this year. Absolutely fantastic. So once again, Pryor defensive into Billy's. Everyone's almost telling him to just move out the way because through goes two more. The 61 and 51 ahead of the 36 there. So we're going to concentrate on a little bit at the front of the grid because we are looking at a close call between Ben Page and Ollie Hughes. These two at the moment are very, very close indeed. And as we go into Billy's here, through the S's, down towards the back straight we go. That gap was just a 10th, and we're still looking at a relatively good one once again. So we'll just see how that goes. And you can see at the back of the grid there, Oakley Pryor is holding the grid. There's no other words for it, unfortunately. Kart related, who knows? But a bit of an interesting development there for his mechanics to have a look at. Still at the front of the grid here, and is Ben Page is still holding on to that P2 at the moment. We are going to hit 6 seconds, so it's going to be a close call for the last lap board here. And it is at 0, which is just on the line there. Mere milliseconds. And we are getting an extra lap here. For our race leader, Jensen Watts, and then closely followed by Ben Page, and more even closely followed by Ollie Hughes, who's really trying to keep up with it. But last lap, ladies and gentlemen, one final lap to go, and one last opportunity for Ollie Hughes to try and get ahead of Ben Page, who went defensive into Billy's. Towards the S's, looking for the outside. No, stays behind for now, does the 71. Down in towards the hairpin. Still behind at the moment. Horseshoe is going to be the same story by the looks of it. But coming, ladies and gentlemen, down the main straight to come and take the checkered flag is going to be Jensen Watts, followed by Ben Page, Ollie Hughes, Billy Edgecombe, then Dan Milner. Rowledge takes 6th, Lomax 7th, Warlock 8th, Thacker, still with that great outside overtake on Oakley Pryor there, takes 9th, and then Cameron Crockett rounds out your top 10. At the end of that one, Oakley Pryor ends up in P16. Very low there, and only noticing Bertie Wellesley finishing a lap early, unfortunately. Or has he? No, he hasn't. Looks like he had issues at the end there. So, some interesting results there. Very interesting indeed. So you can find those out by checking out the QR code on the right-hand side of the YouTube live stream to check out any of the results that have already been published here on Alpha. Okay then, so we go for the 177s once again, and Patrick Williams-Rahar on the front row again. This time it's Derek Hunt on pole though. So it looks like they're just doing a transponder check for the number 24. So 177's out next here at Clay Pigeon. So then 4 drivers once again for the 177s. There'll be a commentary break for this one, as we will be watching the 177s a little bit for this one. Note to self, unmute the microphone before commentating a full race again. I don't remember turning it off. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I'm so sad. Aww. Blimey. That was a good race. Commentated it all. You'll just have to imagine. God damn it. Here's the grid for the senior blues. No. Right, so now that my microphone is actually unmuted, Senior Blues for their third heat. Yay! I'm really bummed about that one. I felt that was a really good one. Never mind, I'll delete that note that I did something, a quote. Not that it was coming home, that was a... I've not done one of those for a while. Microphone still unmuted. Microphone still unmuted. Right, let's go down. Let's go down the main straight then. And we are underway for the Senior Blues for their third heat here today. And David Watts at the front early doors. We might as well end here. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Up towards the right hander we shall go. So it's David Watts, followed by Paul Alexander, then Max Gunter, then Mike Bell. Then it's Anthony Cleal, David Goody, Callum Jobson, then Steve Groves. Watts currently leading the way by a healthy margin already. Less than a second last time out. Is it going to be over a second by the time we come down the main straight? So let's check into the battle for second position here, where Paul Alexander is. So Alexander, Gunter, Cleo, Bell is the battle for P2 as we go into Billy's. As we go through the S's, down the back straight, and that is where the competition will lie. So the 4 followed by the 8, and it looks like there's a loose exhaust by a driver, and it might be the number 4. And it is going to be the number 4 as he is very slow there. As he was in second position, it's just given the competition away that we could have seen between Cleo, Gunter, Bell. So Paul Alexander retires from this race as he is forced to pit due to his exhaust, which means a bigger gap forming between the 11 and this time the number 1. Max Gunter's been given a contact warning. I wonder if that was why the exhaust issue occurred. But nevertheless, this is how the race is forming out now. So we lead into the halfway mark of this race. So there goes the number 11 over the line there. Followed by the rest. 4.45 is the gap. The sun starts to come on out here at Clay Pigeon as well. The race at this time, the only close distance we got so far between our drivers is between the number 1 and the number 8 of Anthony Cleal and Max Gunter. Two that have previously raced hard between one another in previous episodes, previous rounds of this championship. And especially around Clay as well, quite often we do see this. Mike Bell is 1.99 behind Max Gunter, with Callum Jobson second behind him. We've got Steve Groves and then David Goody. We've lost one, still 7 remain on circuit for the Senior Blues, because at this time not much to report on from the track, as everybody is staying roughly where they want to be, or where they can be at the moment in most instances. So as we follow the 4th position driver of the number 2, Mike Bell, down the main straight there, with the, as rough as I can get it, tracking. Bertie there on his phone. As the number 11, like I said, is strolled away and walked off with the lead of this race so far today. 36.45. So if you are watching this live stream and you are enjoying it, please feel free to leave a like on the YouTube live stream. It'd be most appreciated by myself as all the prep work that goes into this one does take quite a while and quite a few hours, especially when it doesn't copy over the files that I was meant to have. But also, if you want to get notified when we next go live in a month's time again, then feel free to hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell as well down there, as it will not only show you your support even more, but also you'll get notified whenever we go live, and if we upload any extra content here on the YouTube channel with extra videos. We'll try and post some more over the times, as this round has been action-packed throughout, and we definitely need to get some more content up. So the clock has ticked all the way down to 0, as Watts has managed to squeeze out an additional lap into this race, which means we've got 2 more laps to go before we see the checkered flag here. And I've sort of been noticing the time's been dropping for the gap. 3.5 is now the gap towards to David Watts and Anthony Khalil. So it wasn't only just noticed that one. So last lap, and it's 3.17. David Watts has dropped his pace in the last closing stages of this race. Doesn't need to push too hard. Save the tyres, ready for the finals, which, by the way, are 14 minutes each. Yeah. Up from the 12, we are on 14 minutes plus a lap, which is a lot. We'll be looking forward to that one a little bit later on today. But coming down the main straight then, and coming to take the checkered flag, David Watts takes checkered flag for the Senior Blues, and there goes the rest of the grid there. And as we continue, David Watts, Anthony Cleal, Max Gunter will be your top 3 for that one. That's your race results. They are provisional, don't forget, until they are fully released a little bit later on today. The QR code will be available on the link down below, but also a QR code is what I was meant to say, which is available right about now. There it is. Right, Junior Rotax heat number 3 is out next. Alice Snow and Max Lovell's on the front row. Let's see how this one turns out. And I will remember to unmute the microphone when it starts. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the Junior Rotaxes then. So we go for this one here. The bigger grid, 28 drivers altogether to provide us some fantastic racing throughout. As we get ready here for the formation lap. So towards the top end we go then, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to kickstart off another wild heat here from the junior Rotaxes. Been competitive so far today, and it's going to continue. So down the main straight we come, and we're underway. First time round for these guys and girls. Junior Rotax underway as we got a little bit of a hop and a skip as one of the drivers goes onto the tyres of the others. Who's that out in front though at this stage of the race? And that driver is going to be the 18 of Ellis Snow, who is our current race leader. We'll find out the rest of the results real soon of who else is out there as we come down the main straight. So it's Ellis Snow, Lucas Howell, Max Lovell, Aidan Clark, Karthik Kameta, Finley Richardson, Jaden Sherwood, Will Swells, Lucas Reeves and Kian Dowlers are running out of breath. God, I ain't doing that again. I just remembered why I don't say the full top 10. So close behind, the 31 is right on the rear of Max Lovell. As we come from the top bend down the main straight. Ellis Snow comfortable in front at the moment. 4/10 is the gap at this current stage. It's the timings update for you all. As very close between the top, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14? So we're starting to see a gap form. But after P14 on the grid, that's where Max Chown lies at the moment. So we've lost 2 drivers who have flown down to the bottom of the grid here. Looks like we are out by Matthew Turner, who has retired down at the hairpin. But for now, it is now going to be close between the 18 and the 19. Lucas Howell was going to see when he would be making an appearance near the front of the grid, and this time he is. Once again, last time out, I think it was about 4th position he ended up. This time, he is challenging for P1. So down into Billy's, he's gone for the inside, and as we approach the S's, he is now in front. Changing positions, Lucas Howell takes the lead. Ellis Snow down into 2nd. And we go again, top 4s, splitting away from the 5th to 8th, as going for the inside as 2 karts come together right in the middle of the circuit. Are they going to be able to get out of the way in time? That is the question. Just off screen. Right in the middle of the circuit. So through they come. They've managed just about to clear it in time. Jesus, that was close. Well, my bottom was clenched. So 23's been able to get moving, but unfortunately it looks like, I think that is the 67 of Neve Allen who is out of this race. So that is the 67, Neve Allen out from that one. With the coming together with the 23 of Matthew Whitmarsh. Yellow flags are out. It is a double yellow from Billy's through to the S's, as there is a kart on the other side of the thing. Right, so back to the racing at the front. So it's Lucas Howell, followed by the 18 of Ellis Snow, Max Lovell, then Aidan Clark, I believe. The timings are still not updating here. With such a big grid, the taxing the internet. But yes, that is a yellow flag at Billy's and at the S's. as they all fly and come on back down again whilst all of that gets recovered. So through the S's, down the back straight. So as we come back down the main straight once again. Still no changes from our top 6. Will Swales being the 6th driver in that list. But the gap between Lucas Howell and Ellis Snow, 4/10 at the moment. So you come around towards the horseshoe. 2:22 remains. I feel like I say that number every time during the Junior Rotax's races. I don't know why, but it just happens to happen. So down the main straight once again. Max Level having a look behind as Aidan Clark's right on his rear end as they go into Billy's here. Static yellow at post 1. Which is locking out the Billies for that moment. So Max Level really at threat here with Aidan Clark. Jaden Sherwood behind as well. As we got a spinner down there from one of our nearer front runners, I believe that was. As right around at the S's, there's a spin. All sorts going on by just looking in that one area for a minute. Right, so concentrating back up to the top runners because we are back with Lucas Howell, who's still leading the way in this race. It's going to help towards his finals position. Max Lovell is still really at threat here. No longer at threat is an overtake here from the 31 on the 97. Will Sherwood do the same down at the hairpin? He's trying for the inside. Max Lovell just about has the pace to stay in front, but at the horseshoe, the door's open. He's round and through. Max Lovell down a position. So there's the changes. Max Lovell down to P5. As Static Yellows are at post 1 and 2 here at Clay. I think that's because of a recovery, a kart recovery is unable to be done. But we're on to the last lap of this race then. Lucas Howell lead the way. And that gap is 7/10. Is that 7/10 going to close in this lap? It could be possible, but we will find out. As it might be the complete opposite coming towards the hairpin here. Lucas Reeves giving a contact warning just in on the screens, but it doesn't matter because Lucas Howell coming around the horseshoe towards the right-hander, then up towards the top bend. And then we'll be coming down the main straight because, ladies and gentlemen, come and take the checker flag and take the win for Heat 3 for the Junior Rotax. That's going to be Lucas Howell, the number 19, followed by Ellis Snow, Aidan Clark, then Jaden Sherwood. And then it's going to be Max Lovell, who will take 5th in the end. Will Swales 6th, Maxton Smith 7th, Finley Richardson 8th. 9th goes to Joshua Withcombe. Karthik Kamesa will take your top 10. And just outside the top 10 is our top novice for that race. It just is Leo Basterfield. Top time out there, 34.55. That is the fastest lap set by Joshua Withcombe. Once again, these are provisional. As Jeffrey Johnson coming down the main straight. Go on, Jeffers. There he is. Right, whilst the recoveries are being made, let's go to the grid for the senior Rotax, and it's Arthur Thacker, the man who goes round the outside instead of the inside, with Joshua Carrad on the front row. So, just waiting on a recovery, not one recovery, two recoveries, as we get ready for the senior Rotaxes next. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the senior Rotax then for their heat number 3, the third lots of heats here for the seniors. 8 minutes plus a lap, and then we'll be closing soon towards the finals a little bit later on today. So we shall see how this one goes. So getting ready then to kickstart off another race here for the senior Rotax drivers. 22 out on the grid and plenty of race time to go. So coming down the main straight then, as we get ready to kick start off the senior Rotax for their third heat. And we are underway. as we head on down into Billy's number 17. Half on the grass there. That's not the track, but kept it on there. Leading the way, though, is the 56 of Joshua Carrod. So around the horseshoe we go, towards the right-hander, and then towards the top bend is a very red and white front three. Joshua Carrod, Arthur Thacker, Bertie Wellesley, that's your top three. And that is why Amelia Nelson's at the top there in 4th position. She's been sitting near the back of the grid so far today. So good to see her at the front of the grid. Just noticing as well, there's no Oakley Pryor in this race. So Carrod, Thacker, Wellesley out threat by Amelia Nelson here as we go through the S's down the back straight. The 21 closing to the rear of the 48. Just behind her, though, is Sam Mitchell and Jensen Watts. Mitchell, number 75. Sorry, somebody else is right behind. So I try and find the right camera angle, realising it's all on one camera. And it was Jensen Watts indeed who was behind Nelson and is now right on the rear of Wellesley. Down the inside he goes at the hairpin, and that is a swap position between those two as we go into the horseshoe next. The right-hander, and then come down the main straight. Bertie going defensive into Billy's with Nelson right behind him. Through the S's down the back straight. Seems like she's got a little bit more pace to Bertie in this few occasions. Already lost Zach Rowledge to the pit lane so far in this race. As we go around the horseshoe here. There's your race leader, Joshua Carrod. Arthur Thacker followed by Jensen Watts. Contact warning given to Daniel Tribe. Sam Mitchell's lost 6 positions that lap. That could be why the contact warning issued, but we never saw it, so who knows. So Arthur Thacker here as we go into Billy's at threat, but it's down the inside goes Jensen Watts, and through he goes up into 2nd position now after making a few positions early on in this race, and that is why he is up there, just in a little bit of contact between your 37 and 70 something. Caught the first number, just not the other. So back down the main straight we come then for these drivers. Joshua Carrod still leads the way, and that gap is 0.7 as Watts is charging towards that driver there. Notice today there's been a lot of drivers that usually are at the top of the grid that have not really been there, if that makes sense. It's sort of been everybody has been having a great shot at the track here, doing track walks throughout the week up here. The track is so sticky, there's so much grip out there from the hot summer and all the race meetings we've had, even during Club 100 last weekend. the track was just so sticky, full of rubber, and I think that's just helping everybody have an opportunity to run out in front. As Jensen Watts now sets the fastest lap of the race with 33.92 and close the gap to less than half a second to Joshua Carrad out in front, who's led this race from the start. And we could be looking at a change between these two. State the obvious, but we could be looking for a change here. As we go towards the top end. And come on down the main straight here as Watts really trying to get close to this lead here. So through the S's, down the back straight. And continuing towards the horseshoe, down the inside goes Watts. The door was open, the 56. Carrad has left the door open, and then Jensen Watts is through. He goes up into P1. And there's a change there. Arthur Thacker chilling in third with Bertie Wellesley staying in fourth. Who's got Billy Edgecombe right on the rear. That's someone we've not mentioned at all today. As we go on down into the hairpin, Wellesley defensively. Oh dear. Defensive into oh god. Go on. Moving on. I'm sure Bertie will find that funny. So down at Billy, speaking of the devil, unfortunately having the wider entrance into Billy's, and as such has lost the position to Billy Edgecombe there. The timing's all over the place, as they have been all day today with the juniors and seniors. But we're leading to 39 seconds left on the clock. Not too much time remaining here as we gain closer and closer towards the finals. I am sure looking forward to the finals. It's been a while since we've had really long finals up here. We've always stuck to the same format for the whole entire year pretty much. But today, stretching it out a little bit. When I say stretching, the whole 2 minutes. So the clock's just ticked to 0. Watts now takes the last lap of this race. We've lost 3 drivers so far in this race. Jamie Burt, Matthew Lambert and Zach Rowledge. Zach Rowledge on lap 2, 6 laps in. Matthew Lambert, and then 8 laps in. Jamie Burt, we're currently on to the 15 lap of this race. As we go around the hairpin and horseshoe. Up towards the top bend. Because, ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checker flag here, it's going to be the number 93 of Jensen Watts, followed by Joshua Carrad. Then Arthur Thacker will take third position. Billy Edgecombe will take fourth with Bertie Wellesley fifth. Daniel Tribe sixth. Amelia Nelson seventh. Jamie Bradfield eighth. Ethan Lomax ninth. And then Jack Maben will round out your top 10 for the senior Rotax for their Heat 3. No novices in the seniors today. So there we are. So we're onto the grid then once again for the 177s. And I did think on the last time I saw this grid, I thought, I wonder if they're all going to get a chance on pole. They do. Everybody's got a shot on pole. Apart from Leon Thompson being the only novice on the grid. But next up is the 177s. We will be taking yet another commentary break from the live stream here. So we will see you all just near the end of the 177 and 177's race. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we're nearing to the final laps of this one, as been very much the same positions throughout this race. Patrick Rahag starting a little bit later, but still managed to climb up to P3. So we now come to the final lap of this race here. There's your race leader, Rob Simpson. So there'll be a stream break after this one. I've only just seen your comment, Paul Maidman. Go team, DM Raisin and Jack Maben. Nice warm-up before a week's racing in Le Mans. Ooh. Sounds like fun. So yeah, there's going to be a stream break here momentarily. We'll be having a half an hour lunch break for all the marshals and also myself as well. So checker flag goes out here before the end of that race. And we get ready to break away. So, ladies and gentlemen, chuck the music on as we get ready to kick off the break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in around about half an hour's time-ish. And enjoy the break, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the music from Epidemic Sounds. We'll be back real shortly. Oh dear, it's happened again. Hell, this is what happens when you change the main camera. Live editing, ladies and gentlemen. It always happens here. Oh, it's backwards. Oh dear, it's backwards. Here we go. Right click, transform, flip. Yay. Right, we'll be back soon.
face is filled with sadness when words are said will regret. I can see the fire that we made just to save us when we try to make up for never letting go. Said the things we promised not to say, then we break up just to start all over, even though we know this is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. Let's go back, let's start again to a place a long time ago when I kissed your lips. I can see the fire that we made just to save us when we try to make up for never letting go. Said the things we promised not to say, then we break up just to start all over, even though we know this is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way better. We can't be heartache together. This is the hard way. This is the hard way.
Drum and bass, drum and bass, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, let's do this. The date's wrong. I only just realised that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the finals for the Rotax Festival 2024. I'm re-listening to myself. So then, apparently the other microphones, I don't know, I had a weird voice then when it was doing that thingy. Right then, we are waiting just for a few more members to get themselves coming again, but let's go for the grid then for the Rotax and the Honda Cadets, because this is what we have for them. It's Dewey Hockridge and Oscar Churches that will be at the front for this race, and for the Honda Cadets, it's Oliver Ratton and Nikita Roberts that will be taking the front row. So we're just getting ready to get going. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get for the formation lap for the cadets here today. Speaking of here today, hello Alan Mills! I've been told you're watching. So hello, good sir. Hopefully you've not worn out any of your chairs. We haven't worn out our chairs. I'm not sat on a chair, so it's all good. Oh, I couldn't stop sneezing for ages. I'm allergic. So it's 14 minutes plus a lap for these finals, by the way, today. So sit back, relax. We've got a while. So here we go then, kicking off the finals, and nearing to the end of the day, we'll get ready to go. Just remember to start my recording. And we are underway for the cadets. First off, the Rotax cadets, who are down into Billies. And then down the main straight now, ladies and gentlemen, this time for the Hondas as they rush on off 4 in a square, and around they go. So up towards the top end we go for the Rotax cadets. For the Rotax cadets, I can't speak. Here is the running order for you all, and this is what we are running with. So leading the way then, nothing's updating. Oscar Churches, followed by Ethan Coupland and Louis Lovell. Very close between our front two here, Coupland and Churches. As we come down the main straight, they are side by side. The 18 and 43. 18 taking the defensive line into Billies. Is there going to be a switcheroo? And it is indeed as we go down the inside. Celebrations on your left. And the 43 is ahead. Ethan Coupland has taken the lead for the starts for the Rotax cadets. And for the Honda cadets, it's a battle between the 22 and the 63. It's deja vu through the heats that we've had so far. And it's Ratton ahead of Roberts. So let's go and find them again. They're over to the top bend of the circuit here, coming down the main straight. There's the change on your screens there as Louis Lovell's catching up with Churches. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. So top 3 for the Rotax cadets, staying fairly close to one another at the moment. Oakley Riggs down in 6th position, which is kind of surprising from his pace in previous rounds. It seems like since the start of the day has not got the performance. So let's see where he'll end up in a little bit soon. Obviously, we've got loads of time here for these races, and as such, plenty of opportunities to get near that front of the grid. Honda cadets, Nikita Roberts now takes the lead. So a lot of patience will be needed for these races here for a lot of the drivers. There's Bertie. So we will see how soon some drivers will overtake others. Oakley Riggs now up into P4. Lead is 1.4 seconds at the moment, as we head on towards the hairpin and the horseshoe. Louis Level staying onto the rear of Oscar Churches as we come from the top bend and down the main straight. So Oakley Riggs fastest out there at the moment to close the gap towards Louis Lovell and also Oscar Churches. So around there we go, still close with Louis Lovell there. So we once again come from the top bend down the main straight. Still no change from those, but you'll notice Oakley Riggs starting to close the gap. So we'll go back to the horseshoe again and towards the top bend once more, as we now go and have a look at the Honda Cadets, as the top three for the Hondas are all once again close together. That being Nikita Roberts and Oliver Ratton. So we go through the S's, down the back straight. The 38's in there as well. And it looks like we've lost Charlie White in this race. All the way back in lap number 2. Doesn't seem like to be his day today. It's a real shame. Charlie normally rather competitive out here and unable to for the moment. So as we go up towards the top bend for the Rotax, for the Honda Cadet, sorry. We focus on our race leader there, Ethan Coupland. As he comes down the main straight here. Followed by the rest of the grid, which is rather close with those ones because Oakley Riggs has not overtaken not just one, not two, but it is two. He's overtaken the two drivers that were currently in second and third. That was Churches and Lovell, and has snuck his way up into second position here. So nearing the 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. There is plenty of time to go. So lots of celebrations there. I'm going to assume towards Oakley Riggs, as the times keeps ticking down, and so does the gap. So big old gap for Oakley Riggs, as the support for him so far is fair bit. Lower level still sticking on the rear of Oscar Churches. It looks like Hawkridge might be coming to the party as well in the next few laps or so. Right, to the Hondas. Whereabouts are they? They're going up towards the top bend now. See, camera focuses there. So we come down the main straight here. This is your lineup for the Honda Cadet race. And that one's been a growing race so far. So down the back straight we go for them. Oakley Riggs in second, closing the gaps for the Rotax Cadets. But a constant battle here between Nikita Roberts and Oliver Ratton. Some great prizes up for grabs, by the way. I've had a look. So it is for the Honda Cadets. We've got, I believe, I've already forgotten. But we got some Kart covers. Looks like tyres as well, hats. You know, some good prizes up for grabs. So anybody could win it so far for today. And let's see how that goes. It is so competitive up there for the Honda Cadets as they try and get past, not a back marker, but the back end of the Rotax Cadet race, being Max Tomsit, who is currently sitting in 8th position in his race. So the Honda Cadets trying to overtake them. And with still 4 minutes to go, I have a feeling that the Rotax Cadets could catch up to the rear of this Honda Cadet race that they're having, especially with these two. Look at the gap. It's very close between Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coupland now. So let's see how that turns out. So just watching them, you'll see it. The back of the Cadet race is the number 36, so we'll be lapping the number 16, and then we probably will be near the back of the Honda Cadet grid because the Hondas are about a second slower, or currently racing a second slower than the Rotax Cadets are. So this will be interesting how this plays out. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Riggs showing why he is the Wessex champion, starting from the midfield of the Rotax Cadet grid, and is now officially being closer to first place, and also coming to lap the number 16 here. So down the main straight we come for our two leaders. It's side by side for Oakley Riggs, who just almost with no effort just overtakes Ethan Coupland there as the lead has swapped, and Riggs retakes the lead. So blue flags are still out for that driver as we are closing up towards the Honda Cadet grid now here. 2 minutes 35 on the clock. So like I said, we will most likely catch up to the back end of this grid. And yeah, this could be interesting. I don't believe that... Probably won't get blue flagged. I wouldn't have thought so. Speaking of the Honda Cadet race, as we switch back to those, Nikita Roberts now leading by... It's about 1.1 seconds to... Ratton. Had to think then. But look at that. Just showing there in the background the distance between Riggs and the back end of the Honda Cadet grid. It's been a change between Hockridge and Churches as Dewey Hockridge reached P3. So from the top bend down the main straight comes the Honda Cadet grid. And now we follow up by Oakley Riggs in the Rotaxes. And as I said, now is catching the back end of the Honda Cadet grid. $50 seconds on the clock then. That 14 minutes has absolutely flown by. As we come back down the main straight, there's 30 odd seconds remaining. And Oakley Riggs is overtaking the Honda Cadet grid, which they are getting blue flags. So allowing rigs to fly on by their race. So rigs now catching up to our race leader for the Honda cadets, Nikita Roberts. So down the main straight we come, and it's going to be now the last lap of this race for Oakley Riggs. As blue flags now for Nikita Roberts as we go through the S's down the back straights. The Rotax cadets are roughly about a second quicker than the Hondas as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, and what we're actually going to see is the end of two races at one go, where Nikita Roberts has already been lapped, so she'll take the checkered flag instead of seeing a last lap ball. But ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight and to win for the Rotax Festival and round number 6 goes to Oakley Riggs, followed by Ethan Coupland for the Rotax Cadets and Dewey Hockridge. And then we go for the Honda Cadets. That's going to be the win for Nikita Roberts, followed by Oliver Ratton, then Alex Roach. And a DNF for Charlie White. So there we go then, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of the cadets for round 6 and for the Rotax Festival. You'll be able to find out results by scanning the QR code that will appear on your screen in a minute. And not only that, the trophy presentation will be held half an hour roughly after the main live stream has ended. So let's go to the grid then for the senior blues, where David Watts and Anthony Cleal are the ones on the front row. And like I said, scan that QR code to find out the race results. So then, ladies and gentlemen, it's the senior blues this time round, and for their 14-minute final here, David Watts is on the front row. We all know what that means. No, I'm joking. No, let's see how this race turns out, because we've got some great racing throughout the whole grid. So yeah, it's going to be rather competitive at the front for the first half of this race. We'll see how it goes. There's a nice cool breeze coming in at Clay. I'm loving it. Weather. 20 degrees is here at Clay Pigeon. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So here we go then, nearing the end of the formation lap as we come towards ourselves starting the senior blue race. So down the main straight we come. And we're underway for the next 14 minutes for the senior blues racing away here. Let's see how this one plays out as we go through the S's down the back straights. As we get going. Fairly long race here today, this weekend, which is rather nice. A little bit more racing for your money. Down the main straight. Running order is on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream for you all. But leading the way is our current race leader, and that being the number 11 of David Watts. Charging ahead. Very closely followed by the number 1 of Anthony Cleal. Steve Groves in third. And one thing we noticed on the last race that we had with the senior blues is that David Watts near the end was sort of dropping back a little bit. So with 14 minutes on the clock, I wonder if he's going to be the opposite, if he's going to just try and keep it close to begin with and then fly away, or try and put in some really good lap times that way, or if he's going to push and then just see near the end of how it goes. Different ways you can play this race, but ultimately it's what happens at the checkered flag is where we'll be positioning. So David Watts with the fastest lap. That's a 36.81. Fairly decent lap time there from him. As Paul Alexander is ahead of Mike Bell. So they go around the horseshoe towards the top bend. As the AA have arrived. Someone broken down. Did someone leave their battery running? Leave their ignition on? Oh, rubbish on the floor. So not too many changes out there on the grid so far, as the wind tries and swallows up my blind. So Kart 7 is very closely followed by number 8, Max Gunter, who is closing the gap between him and the driver in front. Try and claim that third position here today for the senior blues. So around Billy's we go here, as we now go towards the S's down the back straights. And the number 7 still leads that way for third position. It is at threat by fourth. So just dipping with 10 minutes remaining here, and keeping more tabs than anything onto this moments with the number 7. So your same running again. David Watts currently 2.8 seconds up the road here for this race. So there goes David Watts, and then Anthony Cleal, currently 3.3 seconds behind, as Max Gunter now goes up into third position. Managed to overtake Steve Groves. It's just on the left there. You can see just a little bit of a vision of a warning flag there. That goes going to David Watts. Sorry, it's not going to David Watts. It's going to Paul Alexander. Apologies. As that one's been all received there. So close in the midfield, spread at the front, and we still have 8 minutes to go. So some more changes in our midfield pack. Callum Jobson's now gone up into 5th position here, as now our midfield starting to throw some gaps, but that was a closer close than anything. That made sense for the 72. So Callum Jobson seems to find some last minute pace here in this stage of the race. Well under halfway. So then, ladies and gentlemen, it's one of those things. There's winning something, and then there's the other one, which is dominating something. And for this race meeting here, David Watts has well and truly dominated the Senior Blues for this one. Currently 10.46 is the gap. 10 seconds is how large this one is. It's quite big. So we're on to the last lap here. Anthony Cleel's in second. To be fair to him, he's 6 seconds ahead of the driver in third. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, there's one thing winning, but the other thing of dominating. And yeah, David Watts, well and truly sticking to that. So ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checkered flag for the Senior Blues, ladies and gentlemen, down the main straight, here he comes. It's David Watts who wins that one. There goes the one of Anthony Cleel. Then to take third for this one is going to be the number 8 in the end, Max Gunter, followed by Callum Jobson, Steve Groves, Paul Alexander as well, and then our final 2, all 8 managing to finish this one. But there goes Mike Bell and then David Goody. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for the Senior Blues. I need to studio Rotax then. For the Senior Blues, and it will be off to them. They'll be, I think they return a couple more times, or maybe one more time this year. But for now, that is it for the Senior Blues. So then Lucas Howell and Joshua Withcombe on the front row for the Junior Rotax. Don't forget, QR code on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream right now if you would want to check out any of the results as they get published. So then here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the formation lap for the biggest grid that we have for this one. The Junior Rotax for their final here. We've got the overlay brakes for the juniors. Seems like anything bigger than 20, it just breaks the overlay, which is annoying, to say the least. So here we are. So you go around for the formation lap here. So let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for this one then. 27 drivers to hit the track for the round 6. And we have 14 minutes on the clock. 14 minutes plus Junior Rotax. We're going to have some competition. So get ready, ladies and gents. This is the one. We are going to see some action. Right then, towards the top bend. I just seen Ian Renison pop into the shot. Hello, Ian. Right then, down the main straight we come. And we are underway for the juniors. And it's a good start here. So far, leading this one is the 38, Joshua Whitcomb, as the 24 there is going cross country. So around the horseshoe and hairpin we go. The grid staying with one another. As Jensen Colt's given a mechanical flag, I think that is, and it is indeed. So like I said, 38 was leading the way. Through the S's, down the back straight we go as the times update. It is Joshua Whitcomb, Lucas Howell, Maxim Smith, Jaden Sherwood and Will Swales, your top 5. We'll stick with your top 5 just in case it's going to take a while to update once again. So around the horseshoe we go. We're still very close. Your top 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 are all together at the moment. So as we come down the main straight then. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Well, top 2 breaking away slightly from third position, being the 30 of Maxim Smith. That third position now holding on to that one with the challenge of Jaden Sherwood and Will Swales behind. And it looks like we've had Izzy Lawton come on through. We've had 2 contact warnings given to this one as well. As we go towards the top bend here, down the main straight we come. We're at 11 minutes 25. Joshua Whitcomb still leading the way by just a tenth. As we got one spinner down at Billy, stuck just on the ridge where the gravel trap starts. So yellow flags down at Billy still. The driver just managing to get himself unwedged from that area. And I hate to say it, but that is the end of his final there. Or her final, depending. We've lost Jensen Cox, obviously due to the mechanical from the beginning. But yeah, your front 2 and 3rd and 4th still relatively close for one another. Lucas Howell possibly waiting near the end of the race to make a move at the moment. Possibly playing the long game. And fast out there at the moment is Matthew Whitmarsh. 34.85. Quick time from the novice driver there. Good achievement there too. So Joshua Whitcomb still leads the way to Lucas Howell, and a little bit further back, Jen Sherwood trying to catch to Smith. As the 42 of Emily Cossey holds 5th to Will Swales in 6th. We'll track them down the main straight here. But still plenty of racing to be had here. 9 minutes remaining. Our front two there just flying away. Joshua Withcombe responding to a fast lap there. 34.81. Lucas Howell was only a tenth slower that lap round. As Lucas Howell now goes quicker, just as a spin at the front and a big whack there. Ouch, that looked like that hurt. That looked like that hurt. Ow, 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 ow. Holy moly, a spin at the front. Couldn't avoid anything and slapped right into the back there. That fence is broken. Jesus. My how it's racing. Driver is okay, by the way. He is out of frame as well for the shots here. Holy moly. Yellow flags. Just at the exit of the pit lane for a moment there whilst they sorted that one out. Whoo! That's twice in the last, I don't want to say 3 months, that fence has been, has been tapped on. So I've lost where the race is actually at the moment, and I believe we just caught back up with it again. It's just coming down the main straight here. And it is indeed. So continuing on here, the graphics, the alpha timing lagging behind a little bit here today. I think I'm chewing up most of the internet. So down the main straight, we got just over 5 minutes remaining for this junior Rotax final. And as we fly on through this one, Withcombe, Howell staying relatively close to one another, ready for the end of the race. So at the moment, sort of standing in a bit of a no man's land with this race. Not too much action happening so far. Metas has gone up a position, mind. But for our front runners, not seeing too much occurring. So far in this race, we have lost 3 drivers. Neve Allen, who's popped into the pits at lap 14. Matthew Turner was the incident on the main straight earlier. And then Jensen Cox, who we had a mechanical at the start of this race. There are all the things through that we've had on Alpha so far today for these drivers. So Joshua Withcomb still leading the race. Still got about 3 and a bit minutes to go. And the development is probably on the way. And as we've lost Jack Philpott as well, who's popped into the pits as well. So out of the 27 started, we're still 23 drivers racing. Maxim Smith really holding on to this 3rd position at the moment. Someone could say a faultless drive so far to maintain that position. As down the main straight goes our leaders there. And that's the man there, Maxim Smith, who is holding on to that P3, defending Jaden Sherwood, Emily Cotty, Will Swales, who's in that pack. And it looks like in there, Swales trying to make a move on Cotty. Not to be said just yet, though. So Emily Cotty here in the middle of this pack. So 1.5 minutes remain. Withcomb leading the way to Lucas Howe still. Gap of just under a second in these closing stages. As we go for just about 30 seconds remaining here. Are we going to see this gap closed between Lucas Howell and Joshua Withcomb? So down we go, 4 seconds. We're going to increase into another lap here. And the gap is closing, but I don't think it's going to be closing enough. Meanwhile, a little bit further back for Billy's. Maxim Smith under pressure now. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Still maintains 3rd position here. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. Down the inside, tried Emily Cotty. Let's actually put her on the back foot to Will Swales. As we come back down the main straight, meanwhile, our leaders now heading into the final lap of this race here. But we're going to have to switch back to the front because here we go to come and take the checkered flag for this one. Down the main straight we come, and winning for the junior Rotax. That's going to be Joshua Withcombe, and then for this one, Maxim Smith holds out for third position in the end. Which means there's your results. Top three, Withcombe, Lucas Howe, Maxim Smith. And that will end that one. Top novice will go to Rufus Holmes in the end, who finished out in 12th position. So not too bad, not too bad. Andrew Green saying, would be nice for the commentator to actually commentate on what is going on in the race. Junior final commentary would be better using semaphore. Are you watching the right video or watching the right live stream? To be honest, if you've got nothing nice to say, there's no point saying it. Had to dart off there near the end. So there's the grid for this one. Had to just quickly help sort out the fence issue that was down on the circuit. Bit of tyre movement. Pigeon, Ethan Lomax on the grid. Right then. Full formation lap is at the end, and as we come on down for the senior Rotax final. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Looks like Billy Edge comes in the way. There's a lot of cross countries here going on as there's a spinner. And that spinner being the 56 there. So continuing on at the front, Edgecombe leads the way. We'll find out who's in second position very shortly as the running order is on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream for you. So it's Edgecombe, then it's the 93 of Jensen Watts, followed by Ethan Lomax, Ben Page, Cameron Crockett, Jack Maidman, Zach Rowledge, Jamie Burt, Daniel Tribe, and then Amelia Nelson rounds out your top 10. So a strong start here from Billy Edgecombe. Did start on the front row, but is ploughing towards the front as the 93 already charging, trying for the inside here. Very close between the two. He's still got his nose in. And as we go into the S's, he's still there. Billy Edgecombe just keeps second. And there's still charging going on behind from the other drivers. So, Ethan Lomax in third. So, looking at the rear of Billy Edgecombe, he was the one charging. And potentially going to take that spot from Edgecombe. But as we move on down and flow the rest of the lap, he's trying. And we're trying. He's gone for a dive for the inside. No contact made, and it is ahead of Edgecombe. So some quick moves being made here early doors. And Billy Edgecombe being, again, swallowed up and trying to get another overtake done with Cameron Crockett this time round. So from the top bend down the main straights. Edgecombe still maintaining third now. Crockett behind. And behind him, Maidman with close eyes on the action ahead of him. So a lot happening in the first opening laps here for the senior Rotax final. And we will watch on to see if that continues. So most likely will. So towards the top bend. Down the main straight we go. So through the S's, down the back straight. So contact warning given to Ben Page here. As we lead into the next lap, and there's a lot going on to be where Jack Maidman was. The WC, Ben Page really trying to make up some positions here. And they're not clean, according to the observers and clerks of the course here. So continuing on. By the way, Ethan Lomax breaking away from Billy Edgecombe here. Down the inside, Maven goes on Page, and not one but two others follow through. Page has lost not one but three positions as Maven and Tribe join the party to get ahead. Trying again as well, all in green. This one is the 61 of Daniel Tribe. As we go towards the top bend, a few changes to be said. More contact warnings issued in this race. So everybody eager to try and get up to the top there. Some good prizes up for grabs. And this is where all of them are going for. Down the inside goes Ben Page. That was on the 51 there of Jamie Burt. So he's now up one as the temperature really heats up here. Not only just physically, but also in this race, as it's all happening around where the WC is. So around the horseshoe we go, through towards the top bend. Ben Page next to go for is Jack Maidman, as he slowly closes the gap for that one. As Oakley Pryor and Sam Mitchell make up a position on Jamie Bradfield. Pryor not as strong as he normally has been up here. As a double spin, the field try going left to right of the two down there. Oakley Pryor heads to the grass. So a couple of spinners there locked between one another, unfortunately. That's knocked them out of position. We'll find out those drivers for you really soon. That is the number 14, Arthur Thacker. He was caught up in that one. And DNF going to the other driver, unfortunately. That one, I think that's the number 12 of Zach Rowledge. Arthur Thacker's in the pits. He's ended his final there. Such a shame to see that one happen. And indeed, Zach Rowledge is the one out of this race. Jack Maven losing a couple positions to Ben Page and Jamie Burt, as they now charge on towards Billy Edgecombe, who's been nearly comfortable in that third position, but I think that stuff is going to change here. Keeping an eye on the gap for the next one. So at the moment, when they went over the line, 0.74. What is that going to be now? So 8-4. A little bit of defending going on here by Daniel Tribe with Cameron Crockett behind him. Hairpin is out of action as yellow flags waving for the cart down there. Not in a safe spot to release it at the moment. As we continue forward though to the race. Jensen Watts still leading the way to the 32 of Ethan Lomax, followed by Billy Edgecombe. As Daniel Tribe and Cameron Crockett maintaining their positions still as well. We go a little bit further back. Side by side at Billy's still between. That was with the 66 and I think that might have been the 34. Couldn't see the number clearly as we go along, but it's very solid in there. As our leader just going over the line there, Billy Edgecombe closing the gap by a 10th this time round. So the 61 followed by the 88 still. Cameron Crockett dropping back just a tiny bit. As yellow flags down at Billy, so we had a spin. This one being from the 69 is Dan Milner. So 4.5 minutes to go before we near the end of this race. It's still Jensen Watts leading the way by 4 seconds exactly at the moment. Nothing has gotten his way so far. And Ethan Lomax and Billy Edgecombe now on the fight as we go on into the next lap here. So towards the top bend we go. Down the main straight, and Edgecombe right on the rear of Lomax. Into Billy's. Lomax taking the defensive line. Edgecombe around the outside. Doesn't work for the S's, unfortunately. Edgecombe stays behind Lomax. Valid attempt there from Edgecombe as he's trying to get him down at the hairpin. Will he try for the horseshoe? Not at the moment. Daniel Tribe also keeping an eye on this one. He sees the attempts going on here from Edgecombe. Lomax with the defensive stuff is going to open the gap to first position here. So again, Edgecombe trying the same again. Will Tribe get involved? Couldn't get his nose in through the S's. Stays the same between the three. As we go again, Edgecombe trying the outside. It's just opened the door for Daniel Tribe. Edgecombe drops down behind him, and at the horseshoe it's staying like that for now. Edgecombe tried the outside move down at the hairpin, but didn't realise Daniel Tribe was as close as he was, and as such the door was open. He took it, and will Tribe go ahead for Lomax this time, but this is for P2. And also joining the party will be Cameron Crockett. Tribe trying the inside, doesn't get it. It's very slow on the exit. Cameron Crockett managing to get ahead of Billy Edgecombe. At the moment, he's only side by side. And it doesn't change at the moment. We'll just have a quick look at that one in a second. As we come down the main straight. Is that Ben Page also getting involved in this one as well? He is indeed. So Crockett trying the inside of Billy Edgecombe, and he does indeed as we go down the back straight here. So Lomax has got a bit of a gap now, so he can breathe a little bit from all the action we've just had between these drivers here. So towards the top bend, down the main straight we come once again. There's Lomax's gap that he's got to Tribe. And because these guys were battling, has just allowed him to breathe for that P2 a little bit and try and hopefully for himself try and break away. Over the S as we go for the 88-22 and then the WC. Got quite a few retirements in this race so far. Total of 16 still running. We've lost Jamie Bradfield, Dan Milner, Jamie Burt, Amelia Nelson, Zach Rowledge and Arthur Thacker. And we're nearing the last minute plus a lap to go for this final. Just noticing there's a front bumper just nicely parked on the horseshoe there. As you do. So Billy Edgecombe trying to get towards there. Was a contact warning given to Billy Edgecombe. He might have not seen that one. "24 seconds remain then, and it's still pressure in the mid-pack. When I say mid-pack, it's still the front of the pack. It's so spread out so far. So there goes Jensen Watts, your race leader, with the fastest lap too, 34.21. And more attempts for overtakes. This time it's Billy Edge. That is Billy Edgecombe heading up towards the top. As he's got 4th position here. As Cameron Crockett trying to claim back the position again. Meanwhile, it is the last lap, so we will have to break away from this fight shortly. So into Billy's we go. Billy into Billy's. Very defensive there. Final on the other two, Lomax and Tribe are there, but we are going to have to break away here, ladies and gentlemen, because our race leader coming on down the main straight and coming to take the checker flag. That is going to be Jensen Watts. Followed by Lomax and Tribe. And then goes Edgecombe, who will end up in 4th. Cameron Crockett 5th. Ben Page will take 6th. Jack Maven 7th. Ollie Hughes 8th. Sam Mitchell 9th. And then Oakley Power round out your top 10. Don't forget, all of these are provisional until they are released a little bit later on. So just wait until a little bit later on to find out the full results. Anyway, that will be it for the senior Rotaxes then, and we'll be now going on to the 177s. A small grid with 14 minutes. It's a lot of time there. The bumper has just been picked up. So there is a grid for this one. Derek Hunt, followed by Patrick Williams, Rahag, Rob Simpson, and then Leon Thomas. Not sure what's gone on there. Don't know if he was released early for the formation lap. I think he saw the flag wave slightly and then he's gone for it, even though it wasn't even though it wasn't ready yet. Got a laugh. So just waiting for a few bits and then we'll be able to get underway. Just as I say that. So as we go for the formation lap here, looks like Patrick has had an issue with his kart. I'm not sure if he's going to have time to actually get it going. And by the looks of it, he won't be. Such a shame. That brings our four-man final to 3. And here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the 177s are underway. And the final for them begins, 14 minutes. And we will catch back up to you guys when we reach near the end. So then, ladies and gents, the last few laps of the Rotax Festival here with the 177s. It looks like the wind is slowly taking away my camera in a different angle. So 3 drivers in total round off this one. So then, ladies and gentlemen, coming down towards the top bend and down the main straight. Checker flag will go to Derek Hunt. So there we go then, ladies and gentlemen. After Leon Thompson comes over the line here, we will be all finished for the Rotax Festival here today. Small grids for the 177s, but great big grids for the other classes. What a great day's racing. Few incidents and 1 fence repair required tomorrow. That is all we have time for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very much for watching this one. Hopefully you've all enjoyed. And we'll be back next month for more crazy action. But from myself, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next month. Thank you, and goodbye.